Good morning. Wait, hold on. Did I... Okay, no. Oof. Had a little bit of audio issues, earlier. Discord decided to change, well, I'm pretty sure it was Discord. Decided to change my default audio device again. Nothing else in my setup's changed after a Windows update. Windows sounds were all coming through the correct, channels and all of that. And then, Discord, I guess, is just like... But you really want all of your sound, output coming through the mic that has the audio jack. No, Discord, actually I don't. But either way, we're here now. And after a little yapping, we're ready to go. How well, Mina?
Hello, Orpheus.
I think Nayuta's about to have the worst day of his life.
He's about to have a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day, I tell you what.
Yeah, that is the feeling I'm getting.
But,
you know,
we'll see if
with...
this is a Franziska bad day or a Godot bad day.
Oh, yeah, those are two very different bad days. I feel like it's going to be more Franziska, personally. But then again, I don't know if he's involved in anything, so... Like, there's nothing to suggest he actually has been a part of anything. You know, silly as it is to consider, like, a last minute, but yeah. He feels very much like his crisis is going to be at the stand. Like, he's going to be watching this case unfold and trying not to crack and walk the line of playing his role within the justice system in Khura'in, but also fighting off the urge to, you know, defend and or protect his mother and father. You know, the addition of oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? His dad.
Dirk.
Dirk, thank you. The addition of, like, Dirk, having... until it's actually stated in Curitis. That addition in particular feels like, oh no, and, you know, Dirk is like 2 days has 2 days left before retirement. And I'm just like, oh yeah, we're really gonna heap all of this on Nayuta in the middle of court, and he's gonna have to try and keep a straight face, and not, like, die from, emotional trauma. Oh, we're having a day with the controller again, aren't we? Yup. Seriously, I played the entirety of In Stars in Time with, like, maybe one hiccup, and then I went back to play, like, Silksong, and... I think also Unbeatable had happened during that, too. And suddenly my controller starts screwing up again. I'm pretty sure it's a physical problem, but how did it manage to skip In Stars in Time all that time? Actually, speaking of which, that game has infested my brain again. Like, I played it, set it down, and went, that was a real good video game. And then, a Discord I'm in, someone put together, like, playlists and just a whole bunch of memes and stuff like that, and that got me right back into it. Which is why I needed to... How? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm about to switch to keyboard again.
You do what you gotta do.
If anyone, unironically at this point, I need to like listen to. I need any suggestion I can get. If anyone has a good option for a wired controller, because I do not like Bluetooth, I don't like the input lag. Well, actually, I don't think I have a Bluetooth thing in my PC anymore. I need a good wired controller option. I do not like wireless controllers, and every other wired controller I picked up is like, oh yeah, you can just plug in a USB-C into the controller, and every single one of those has had this fucking problem. I'm pretty sure it was happening in the back too. I might need to switch to using my USBs in the back of the PC, because there might actually just be a problem with the case I've got. And the front-facing. Actually, shit, yeah, that might be... I should probably test that next time I get a controller. Anyway, enough Johns. It's, time for Nayuta's no good, very bad day. There is a lot to unpack here, because we still don't know what happened to... What am I doing? We still don't know what happened to... Oh, actually, I think I might have clicked out of the game. No, that was the problem. Oh. Oh, yeah, Civil War is also happening, too. You know, just to spice things up a bit. The longest fucking typing of all time.
It's complete chaos outside.
Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. Yup. Nana, that's it. We still don't know where Nana is, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's in the one place we haven't been able to look yet. Which would be very unfortunate, assuming there isn't like a... Yeah, well, yeah. My whole thought, I think last stream was I was very much battling in myself whether I wanted whether there's like the emotional kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? The emotional, like, tragedy of the irony of someone actually being dead in the tomb that was meant to not be a real tomb, or if that sarcophagus actually has a different use since it's explicitly not meant to hold a body.
Yeah.
And I don't know which one I like more. Like the almost like Danganronpa adjacent, like, oh, well, it's fine, we just need to go and look in that sarcophagus. I'm sure everything, like, we won't turn up a body or anything, and then a body fucking turns up, and it's like, wait, what? This isn't even the main thing we were investigating. Or that it's like, aha, the sarcophagus actually has a secret exit, and that's how the locked room is actually done. Like, the blood that got cleaned up towards the sarcophagus is definitely suspicious. And I'm thinking, like, well, obviously, if you killed someone and put them in the sarcophagus, you'd want to clean up the blood trail leading toward it. But if someone used it to escape, why would someone clean up the blood? Especially when it's not your own. Like...
Put the victim in the scarmophagus.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim. Oh, right. Apollo and Athena have not been here the entire game, so Phoenix actually has to explain what the fuck is going on. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your case here in Khura'in. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but...
I have one more big secret.
This is the thing he couldn't...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
I only just noticed this. He has a very, like, Apollo smile.
Yeah, it's true.
Dirk, what's that secret you're keeping? Oh. Hey, AJ! Here you go, just like I promised. Oh my god, it was actually safe. Founder's form has appeared from within. It seems only the Queen knows the Founder's real name. Oh no, that's gonna be in court fully revealed. And then one person has the two pieces of information they need. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for?
Three hots in a cot, baby.
Yep.
That actually sounds way better than where we're staying.
Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, well, he'll probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. Fate of the revolution, and every Khura'inese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm gonna win this one. You'll see. Trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right.
All rise. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmati begin.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta.
This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Khura'in and the assassination of the former Queen Amara Sigatar Khura'in. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati?
Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him?
Very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day?
Not at all, Your Majesty. You're really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta?
Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmati. It's a good thing we don't believe in conflicts of interest here.
Nope. Otherwise, the whole way we would be doing all of these cases would be very, very illegal.
This dude is absolutely taking little micro naps on the job. It's so true.
Yeah. He didn't get much sleep last night. He's a sleepy boy. Also, welcome.
Hello.
That's Riot, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Thought so.
Yeah. Wonderful, Ryan.
Yeah.
Women, yes.
Women.
A father being prosecuted by his own son?
Oh, if only the American judge were here, he'd love this shit.
Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene?
Yes, without question. I am kind of surprised he was showing... Oh, Dirk? Thank you, Apollo. I am kind of surprised he's showing, like, something at the beginning of this. I really thought it would have taken a moment or two to actually get into it before this happened.
Pretty curious, huh?
I wonder if there's more to it.
Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta?
I will not stop until my work here is done.
See? All you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha! The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with the arrangement, let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
The fuck was that? Oh.
One moment, if you would.
Oh, what the fuck is happening?
Your Eminence?
Your Eminence? What brings you here? Oh my god.
Your Majesty.
Super no good, very bad day.
Oops, MILF attack.
yeah, kinda.
It would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations.
No, that's not true.
Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds.
You have your Eminence.
No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmati, personally.
Well, I suppose if we were going to make an exception for Nayuta to prosecute this case, it doesn't really matter if the head of state is prosecuting it instead.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's a 2v2, baby!
Ugh.
Let's remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law.
What? Was she a prosecutor?
She sure was.
Oh, you absolutely did do this. You fucking killed or you tried to assassinate your sister. Nope. I 100% believe that now. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher?
There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor.
Good lord. Really?
As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Garan Sigatar Kurain.
Is that right? Interesting. First your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? Like you, Phoenix! I'd heard she'd served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister.
We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. Oh, I'm at a loss for words.
And then Dirk managed to make it. Well, I guess was there a decision reached in? Well, I guess they're just saying there isn't a decision reached in that. But I guess the case ended when Dirk was found to have forged evidence, and I guess he probably just ran at that point.
Yeah, I think that's how it went.
This feels like every single Ace Attorney villain rolled into one right now.
I fucking love her.
Like, she's done a Godot and a Kristoff. Yeah, no, she's done a Godot and a Kristoff. Jesus.
I think I would once more bear witness to her evidence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years.
Honestly, I probably should have clocked it the second she had an objection.
No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might.
What the f- Hello? Ultimecia up in here, like...
She looks like a tokusatsu villain, I fucking love it.
She does. After 23 years, I could prosecute again. What the... That's Queen Garan? Thank you, Riot. Talk about an extreme makeover. Hello, Luca.
Hello. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins.
Oh, I'm gonna need a sec.
I'm gonna voice her like her daughter, but in with a lower register. I think it feels correct.
That makes sense. Yep.
Woe to you, O enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice a dice and grind you up into hog feed.
Slice you up into julienne fries. I don't suppose I could ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality.
Know this, lawyer.
Yes?
Now that I stand as prosecutor, your defense's bench. Consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
I mean, you know, if there was one person I would probably be hesitant about giving the head of state to, it's the fucking woman that the second she's back at the prosecutor's bench is like, I'll have your fucking head. Meep. Yeah, he would. He would.
Boys who meep.
She's dead serious.
Now it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth.
You poor girl. Oh, God.
Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but maybe proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence?
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. Also, I guess, I don't know, has she seen her mother like this recently? Might be bringing back some bad memories. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed.
You want to voice this one?
Yeah, it has been 2 weeks.
We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. And now, if you would excuse us...
Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Yeah, well... Wait. Ron didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution is yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan?
Prosecutor Sadmadhi, would you care to explain your actions?
Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case.
You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this?
Not at all.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmadhi?
Honestly, I'm very curious why Sadmadi's being like this, because I was actually ready for, to have, catty back and forths between the two of them. It's I can imagine another universe in which Sadmadi quickly, quips back, what, you think you need the seance to prosecute this case, then?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you need the seance to prosecute this very clear-cut case, be my guest. I feel, yeah, the read I had on him was a bit more, actually being able to cover this up, but... Or be a bit more, with it to be able to defend himself and not just kind of, passively... Not acknowledge it, but just, dismiss it out of hand. It's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. honestly, like, to some degree, I actually believe it, because, like, whilst he's pretty curt, he also does definitely still show, like, compassion. Well, no, sorry, not compassion specifically, but, like, specifically with Emma, he's... outside of very specific circumstances, he's otherwise kind, so... Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believed we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance.
You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the burden of the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Sadmadhi, Your Majesty. Can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance?
I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand.
Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest?
We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess truly has come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should?
Like, there's Dio stepping out of the car and kicking a dog immediately, and then there's this. Like, holy shit.
Yes. That's better. See, problem solved.
Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see.
Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Nana, my robe.
Oh.
Oh.
Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already.
Barbed head.
Yes?
You remove my robe.
What? Why me?
Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin?
Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. Nice alliteration, Phoenix. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. I don't think Phoenix can phase through walls yet, so that's going to be difficult.
He hasn't unlocked no clip.
Yep.
You gotta wait till you're 60 for that. When you're 30, you get your first permanent debuff. When you're 50, you get to respec your class, and then when you're 60, you get to no clip.
Yep. Yep. And then when you're 70, you actually get the ability to teleport to... Well, what the hell is the command in, is it Minecraft? TP2? I messed that up, don't worry.
Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you're ready.
Can't believe they let you have 2 daughters, Phoenix. I mean... 1, 2, 3, 4? I think he's had 4 so far.
Brucey,
Like-
Pearl, Athena, Raifa.
Yeah, yeah.
Come, Raifa, you know what must be done. There is no turning back now.
Did they really need to turn her into a fucking Final Fantasy villain before this case started?
Yes, it's very important.
Very important, obviously.
Look at her spider hair.
Mm. Fucking Seymour up here.
I know.
Is it Seymour? Seymour? I forget how you pronounce his name. Final Fantasy X, dude.
It's spelled Seymour. That's what I'm going to call him.
Alright, Seymour. Yep. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting. Yeah, Seymour Guado. That's the one.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Have we had that voice clip every single time? I feel like it's skipped at least. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of the cases where we literally weren't in Khura'in. That's why I feel like we skipped it a couple times.
At the start of the second half of right of the turnabout, it got skipped because you didn't know the victim's name.
Right. I wonder if this is the last time we'll see this.
Who's to say?
Hmm. The person who could say, yeah, exactly. Like, I would be surprised if we didn't see the Queen bust out something.
Oh yeah?
Well, sorry, do we know if the Queen actually has, like, Maya powers? Like, the powers of a spirit medium?
Olby got the picture of her performing a channeling for another kingdom.
Right, yeah. Hold on. You just reminded me about something about that, actually. Oh, dear. What the fuck? Oh.
Your benevolence. What's wrong?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Fucking. I love the shot zooming back where you, on one side, you just see Phoenix and Apollo, like two pretty normal looking dudes, and then you've got Nayuta and Karan, who are just the most extra people in the room. Oh, fucking hell.
This is unacceptable.
Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing.
That's what I'm saying, Riot. Fucking do it yourself, then. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafe is going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child.
It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, is there a reason you can't do that?
Oh, yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would.
Ah. Of course.
Is this not the accused?
It is indeed, though I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty. And their heads will roll from their shoulders.
What? I should have known there was a catch.
Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Garan. Now then, Mr. Dark Sadmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would. If I could.
The testimony is 2 text boxes. I dunno. Next text box. Lol. Dirk explains himself.
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Ingrid, dead as a doornail.
Interesting he's got no blood on his hands.
I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
Yeah. That didn't explain squat.
For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha!
Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How long can she go? Or how low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-skinned lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair?
Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way.
Now then, will the defense please begin their cross-examination?
I would just remove the knife and not stabbed her with it, maybe. Yeah. Like... Yeah, I think it's odd that he doesn't have any blood, like, specifically blood on his chest, nothing around, like, his hands where he allegedly used to stab. Struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. Well, we've heard that before. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. You know what? There was nothing that really leaped out to me. Let's just press everything.
Hold it!
he was struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Yep.
Tomb miasma.
Grave dust. Don't inhale it. Is that something that has ever happened to you before?
Can't say it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all.
That's not the issue here.
A most cunning excuse. One befitting of an insidious insurgent.
Oh?
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Don't make me laugh, your malevolence.
Gotta.
Got her.
How dare you?
I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen.
Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk.
The accused will continue what he does recall of the crime.
Next thing I knew, was a bloody knife in my hand. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. I think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son.
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
You called, Your Eminence? Did she go anywhere without those goons?
Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it?
No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but we found no one of the sort.
And there you have it.
Oh, right. They did search the place.
Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
Dun-dun-dun. Obviously, the third party would have left. That's right. No one got in with in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Do you see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility? The tomb was, for all intents and purposes,
Locked room, say it. Yep.
completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony.
Oh, hold on, wait, yes, okay, yup. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility that a third party was there.
Find the impossible in the impossible, my son. That's just what a lawyer's gotta do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right?
Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. They'd start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. Through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always managed to pull them off. Rousing speech,
right?
Phoenix.
I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I.
Jeez, taking cases like that must shave years off your life. If that were true, I'd be long dead. Find the possible and the impossible. Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime?
Let's see, I came to.
Already wiped up and does not belong to the victim. That seems to suggest a third party was there.
Objection!
Yup. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a blood stain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone.
What's this? But... who would have done such a thing?
Who indeed? Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
Ooh, okay. The Queen did it, I'm 99% sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I don't know. I feel like if the seance was like such a silver bullet, or that's not the phrase. If that was such a surefire piece of evidence, I feel like maybe it would have gone that way. But maybe that's the reason it became so overwhelming to her. But then, surely, why would Garan go on with... well, I guess she believed that maybe she couldn't do it. It's interesting Amara's here, but... surely would have been the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Mr. Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
Oh yeah, and we only found so many bullets, didn't we?
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there.
Very well, then. Tell me this. Where was this third party hiding?
Oh. Crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Somewhere no one would dare look.
Let's have your answer, defense.
Scarmophagus!
Scarmophagus.
Take that!
Didn't even have to move. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. Did they look under the veil? Unclear if that distinction is even a thing. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True. Guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within the frigid confines.
Oh, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Huh?
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer.
I have come with the DNA test prepared.
So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? But the trial's not even over. Whoa!
How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment.
That's not true, right? She can't do that, right? Right?
Well, there's no rule that says that she can't do that.
Yeah. She's the queen, Apollo. Who do you think's gonna stop her? The justice system?
Well, there's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball.
That's what I'm saying. All I did was request a DNA test.
There's no need to request such a test.
Why is he so jacked for? Lifting Scarmophagus's lids to hide? Very interesting. I see you've been keeping up with your lateral raises, Garan. Any particular reason why?
Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, Your Eminence.
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Sadmadhi.
But he didn't... Bro, are you coughing up blood? Is that why there's blood on your chest specifically, but nowhere else?
His incuritis.
Yeah, exactly. But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up? Dirk's illness. Incuritis strikes again. Wait, but I know there's a cure for that.
or consumption.
So there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? We need the cocoons. Fuck. Apollo, please tell me you kept some of the dirty cocoon money. Did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? But then why...
Oh shoot, you got me.
Insert Breaking Bad gif.
Pay attention, horned devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
Why did he go to the sarcophagus then? About that...
Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense?
Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. Fell right into a trap.
Do you see it now? The folly of opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility.
God. Permanence's legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good.
The key to Amara's Scarmophagus is under the protection of the royal family.
Thank you.
My husband and I are the only ones who could open it.
So you're saying there's a possibility?
Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? Uh-oh. No, that's just ridiculous.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening, Dirk Sadmadhi, the one who proclaimed the bloodless revolt? Has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
This is very convenient for the politics of all this, isn't it, Garan? Fine dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem.
And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
Why did he clean up the blood? Why was the blood in that corner? We didn't explain his actions. Oh. Huh.
Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Sadmadhi.
What's this? You shall pass judgment? But, Your Eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue, I'm kill-stealing. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law.
God, they're really laying it on thick at this point.
Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Kurain, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
Nuh-uh.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut.
Know when you are defeated, lawyer.
No.
But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me.
Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Yeah, I know. I will say I don't really like Garan taking such control of this the court case, but I imagine that's kind of the point. I'm hoping that at some point Nayuta kind of rears his head again, because yeah, it'd kind of be disappointing for him to just be on the sidelines, not actually doing anything here. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb?
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? After the body was found? Well, no, this isn't movie, I will not spoil. After Dirk entered the tomb, before Dirk entered the tomb, yeah. Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That will certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, it's almost like someone created a lock room specifically to shift over the timing of the death.
Why, of course.
Who was responsible for creating that locked room again? I don't quite remember.
I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
You see, well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction.
And now she's falling for Final Fantasy villain shit. Yes!
Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now.
What about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
Be like your American counterpart and get some popcorn. And enjoy the show.
I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
Yeah, for real, Riot.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence?
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again.
Prosecutor Sajmad, may I ask you something?
Sorry, what? Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on telling the truth to the people about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you.
I know.
Ram told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at around 2:30 p.m.
Okay, so someone would have had to have been in there beforehand. Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father? And at about 2:30?
Yes. And shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered?
The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness.
Gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Hold on. Do we have... We do not. 2:30 PM, I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. 2:45, I saw Barb Head and company enter the courtyard. Saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered about 2:30. Alright, time to press everything.
Hold it!
You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? Seems like an awfully long time.
There's much that weighs on my mind.
I see. Really does sound troubled. Actually, hold on a second. Do we have something about Shadow doing a thing? Yeah, there we go. Around 2 PM, Shadow was surprised by a firecracker, ran to the courtyard and stole Nina's hat. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein.
I wonder if I am even up to the task.
I guess it's not easy being the princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. Oh.
What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life.
Sheesh. Teenagers.
Your Benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda?
Well...
Hold it!
See anything beforehand? Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale? What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he has a bad dream.
Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the Queen. That's a brilliant idea, actually.
It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm.
Sorry, that was rude of me.
Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. Is he afraid of dogs?
Hold it!
Hey, about what time was this? Oh, actually, no. Is she implying that when he did leave, he looked like that? Or was this a different incident? I guess we haven't specified. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else, just my father.
Bracelet. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Press softly. Your benevolence.
Yes?
This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel.
Please stop. You presume too much.
It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on... Fucking Apollo, god damn it. How about we all go on a picnic together or something?
I need no sympathy from you. Go on a little picnic alone, Hornhead.
Oh, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, he's probably right.
Now, back to my testimony.
Technically, no. Alright.
Hold it!
I do kind of wish it just put me back there, but... Because it's not really a choice with consequences at the moment. Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more, the better.
Details, you say?
Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no?
Foreign devil. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday.
Up.
Yet I saw none other than my father.
Got him.
Oh, if only I'd stopped him then.
I think you struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 PM, huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. Gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. Oh, shit.
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 PM, his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone.
That's Nina's. I mean, nothing. Never mind.
Wait, did she see Nana out there? Oh no.
You fool of a daughter.
Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday.
Oh, no.
Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw.
It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because, my mother told me not to.
Well, isn't that interesting? What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence?
I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
If you disagree, then prove it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will. Your Benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana.
Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down to the courtyard.
So there's a bit of time you didn't see, you weren't watching the courtyard. Got it. Wait. That means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard.
Yes, but only for a moment.
This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Your Benevolence, are you sure no one else was there?
Oh, yes.
She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her?
When I got down to the courtyard, Nana was... She was gone.
Gone?
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafer wasn't looking? Rafer must know something. The only question is, what? This is probably a good time for a break, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, like, Nana wandering into the tomb, I don't know if I want it to be true, but the dramatic irony of, Nana, winding up in the tomb and then locked in the sarcophagus of the, quote-unquote late queen is, and dead, mind you, is very poetic, and it would add to the bullshittery going on, and, you know, Nayuta would have to deal with even more fallout from this, but... this case has already not gone where I thought it was going to, especially with, like, Garan just, like, taking control of the case, like... this may be one of those things where it starts off like that, and then we actually have to put Garan on the stand, and Nayuta has to then take over after like having a realization or whatever, and maybe there's a little Phoenix and Edgeworth work together bit there, but yeah. But this is going to be the linchpin here, because if Amara is still alive, there's a big difference with how this case goes, depending on whether Amara is still alive or not. And her proximity to the tomb at this point is incredibly high. So, yeah. But yeah, when we return, maybe I'll have a good answer to this question. I'm back. Yep, okay. Alright. Before Mina gets back, I have a moment to think about this. I mean, why Shadow was in the courtyard, we already know. Fireworks. Just, I imagine he could run off. Where Nana disappeared to, why Nana disappeared. Why I don't think is material right now, but where seems to make the most sense. Okay, maybe that wasn't as confusing a question as I thought. What the fuck? Actually, wait, yeah. Shouldn't talk about that one. Whew. Yeah. I given the, you know what, the thing that's kind of throwing me for a loop here is I don't actually know if it matters. Now that I have like a second, I had a second to think over things, you know, just taking the break then. I'm not actually sure if Amara being alive or dead is much of anything. Because, or actually, if Amara Nana was dead, you would have definitive proof that by, like, trying to channel her, for example, that Nana is not who she said she was. She's in fact Amara. Because that's where my head's at the moment. So... yeah, like that could be a reveal in sort of a similar way where we didn't know the name of the victim last time. I don't know if they play that card again though. Well, I guess like it wouldn't be a major wrench in it, but like some people you'd need to figure it out like on the spot. 'Cause seems more obvious. The thing that I'm unclear of at the moment though is what Rafa meant when she mentioned what was it, like something about Queen Amara and me, which assuming my controller hasn't done the thing, which it has done. Piece of shit. There we go. I guess it specifically says it's 23 years ago. Maybe that's actually the connection between Nana and Amara, then. Wonder how this is gonna factor into that. Well, I guess we established that, the Queen was in... doing a channeling rite at around 2 PM. So that's her alibi. Black glasses shaped... Oh. Should get rid of the BRB. Now that I'm actually doing things.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. Just looking through some evidence. So, the major thing I'm thinking or wondering about at the moment is what Rafa meant about, something about Amara and herself. And I was like, my immediate thought was, well, maybe this picture isn't actually from 23 years ago. Like... Because we're basing that on the fact that there was a book in the back there. I'm pretty sure it was Dirk who, like... Fuck. I can't remember if Dirk was the one that confirmed this kind of timeline, or if Apollo said that and then Dirk didn't.
He did after Apollo pressed him, yeah.
Rafa could also be mistaken, or this could be... Or the Queen could have revealed something about Nana, which related something to Amara. But no. Rafa ran out of the room when she saw this photo specifically, right? Like, we opened up the thing, Rafa took a look at the contents of the safe. And I'm pretty sure she looked at this photo.
Yeah.
And, like, ran out. There must be something else about this picture that I'm not, like, picking up right now. Because, of note, we can't see the baby's, hair. Yeah. How old is, Rafa again? 14, right. And Nana is old. Alright, well, my, answer to this, I think, is where Nana disappeared to, because this seems to be the most pertinent piece of information we need right now. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to?
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment.
No.
No! Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean...
First my father, and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain.
Elaborate. How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. the bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belong to my husband, Inga.
This woman is capable of appearing literally anywhere. Objection.
Objection. Ever teleport, P-Brain?
Then, unless you're claiming Nana is in fact the Flash and is moving very fast and not teleporting.
That's right. Nana never did go into the tomb that day.
I'm sorry, saying "that's right" in Garan's voice right after I said that is very funny. You've all been prattling on about this no clip, but the reality is she is just very fast.
View the footage at 4% speed. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite shrimple.
Thank you.
Cult of the fastest Nana.
God.
Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Shoe print that belonged to Nana.
You know, now that it's directly in my view again, I don't think I quite put as much stock in one of, the hairspray, the color hairspray things being here, and what that might mean. That's right. Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Oh, okay, she could have...
Now, do you understand? I love that her desk slam is slamming like the entire law book. It's really good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the scene of the crime is but a figment of your imagination.
Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is Her Eminence, Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer. Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana?
I believe it was around 2:15 p.m.
I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30... Oh... Pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah, I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream.
Will the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Sorry, 1 second. Do we have anything about what was on the... Oh, yep. Medication Inga used for his back pain. Minister Inga screamed because he had a bad dream. He was attacked by Nana. He saw a ghost. He was attacked by Nana. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. No, there's no blood there. Oh, god damn it. It's gonna be he saw a ghost. I'm stupid!
Objection!
Because he did see a ghost!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting the body was moved?
Are we actually entertaining this? Hold on. Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... Oh, wait a fucking second. Does not exist. I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. No, I was on the right track. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? The pain medication. Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations? What do you mean? It's just... let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible.
The prosecutor sighed Madhi. What is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of?
Perhaps. But I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. It's true. More like he bled out. So he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. And you'd certainly look pale if you got stabbed.
Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee. Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this?
Huh?
You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing.
Your Eminence. Ha! Nayuda? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now, hold on. I actually have an explanation for that if you just let me finish. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Ah! Please stop! Nayuda has a point. Phoenix, help me! Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Ow! Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. You're still not helping me! Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. There must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that.
Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
'Cause syringe...
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots.
The defense will explain the significance of this evidence.
Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence.
You can't mean...
Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed.
What?
What's this?
God, her fucking stance kills me every time.
Then... Are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
You know, I really should have thought a bit more about the whole, second scene of evidence that we had, because I didn't really think that maybe there was an incident in the minister's quarters before heading to the tomb. I am, Your Majesty.
So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Don't say it, Morphe, it's gonna be a spoiler. Don't say it, don't think it. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. No, that... murdered by Nena in his private quarters.
Bokunga!
Holy Mother of Khura'in, are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nena killed my father? There must be some mistake.
The defense would like to call Nena to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever?
Well, there's no real proof, but...
Huh. What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now?
I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nena's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty.
You see, you're so desperate to prove your client innocent because of the DCA Act, basically. The thing I put in place. Isn't that convenient? Now.
As shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have no choice but to fight for your lives.
No. The simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Bah, you still cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that? That's just wrong.
Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, he'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Continue the defense. There was never a question about it. Nice try, Garan. It looks like you don't know what justice is made of. Haha, I get it. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. While I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. Oh, except against Garan. I might shout objection then, but...
You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if the punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that.
A duty you're willing to die for?
Thank you, Cookie.
And yet, I...
Duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. Is this the exact same thing again? Oh my god. Please. You called back to this exact scene twice. no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Has the revolution been televised yet? It's currently being televised. Unclear if it's actually winning yet.
Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason to continue with the proceedings. Well, I must admit I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. First, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect... So I feel like the only thing potentially indicating that is this. Stained with the there's a fingerprint was found inside the lid, stained with the victim's blood. Like, we haven't... Why does this have the victim's blood on it? You know? But Dirk is claiming that it's his, so, like... The fact that it used seems, like, indicates that there's something flimsy about that explanation. Is that actually something that indicates that, though? Actually, hold on. Symbol of Dirk's Creed. Oh, no. I guess yeah, it's possible he didn't get blood on that. I'm gonna say exists. Of course I have some new evidence.
Oh, do you now? How very interesting.
Why doesn't she sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. Let's say this. Fuck.
You would claim this evidence proves the existence of a different suspect.
Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Your Eminence, are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you?
It would appear to me that you chose that evidence at random. In the vain hope you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct?
Oh.
Your Majesty.
For shame.
Sorry. Time to rethink that one. Say that new evidence indicating a different suspect. So something we haven't talked about. I guess it does not exist then? I can't think of whatever... I can't think of anything else in here that would point to anything. Autopsy report's pretty basic. The tomb diagram doesn't do much for us. Wait, hold on. Why is there another knife with blood on it? Is that the one that he was stabbed with? Or is that the one that Dirk was holding?
Yeah. I think so, yes.
I don't know, I'm really in the dark on this one. I want to say that there isn't. But I don't know what that would mean.
Well, there is one major component of the case that you're missing still, right?
What's that?
There's something that hasn't happened that usually happens.
Oh, the seance. I mean, I guess does not exist then because we haven't gotten it yet?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then. So, what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get proof the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting... It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case is yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean you'll be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help?
From someone?
Well, I can't imagine who it would be.
Seems like a really odd... Seems like a really odd kind of thing to point to here. Don't know really how I feel about it.
Take that!
But that is...
Me?
Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. No? No? That's... no? That's not necessarily the case. Could have taken him minutes to die. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power.
You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt?
Now you're blocking it, huh?
You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
Princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now.
Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty?
Isn't a divination seance required at all trials, anyway? If so, I'd imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one.
Indeed. It would be problematic.
What part of I am the law did did all of you misunderstand?
Under Kurai's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall.
Huh?
As a ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? She has the power to do that? Again. And I must reiterate, I am the law.
See, I love this moment because this is like Von Karma if he actually had power.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Like, Manfred von Karma is so much bluster, and he threatens you a lot, but he doesn't have any actual power. And multiple times the judge tells him to sit up and shut down, sit down and shut up, and he has no choice but to obey.
Yep.
The fact that when backed into a corner, she can just up and go, okay, I changed the law.
Yeah.
Is like, it's perfect.
Yep. That was not scissors I threw out, that was a gun. I win the rock, paper, scissors, actually. Like, she just reworded the whole law.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafe, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death.
I think she protests too much.
But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? Ooh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, begone. The sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless?
She called me dead weight. Wow. How can she say that to her own daughter?
So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot.
Come again?
This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance?
Yup. I will say, one thing this particular game does a lot that I'm not really a fan of is stacking so much fucking, like, immediate punishment on some actions that it's like, well, obviously it succeeds then. And I don't know why we keep laboring on that. It's something I brought up when it was like, but I'm gonna give you the double death penalty, and it'll happen immediately if you don't do if this specific sequence of events doesn't happen. And it's like,
Yeah.
cool, you've just told me it will, because it can't possibly proceed if it does. Like, yeah. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Yeah, here we go.
Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death.
I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you were willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage.
My courage?
So she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. It looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right. And that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said, I've aired my insights of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my clients innocent without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Vital leads? My seances?
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
I...
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk.
Your benevolence?
Mother taught me the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, and even Nana, I believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads the trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess, says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Finally, someone fucking talked back to her.
Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in,
Throw it off like Yakuza are.
and I am prepared to face my father's death.
It's at least nice that she takes it off herself instead of getting someone else to do it.
Yeah, that's a good. Your Eminence, it seems the princess is far more grown up than you thought.
Rafa.
Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance.
Victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I wonder if this is going to be any different. Probably not. This is probably a good time to say I do think, like... I think they struggled to find, like, a lot of use for the 3D effect once they got to it immediately, but, like, this game really does, like, use it really well.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like, I'm imagining the animation, or the time taken to animate this, not using 3D models and kind of... it's a lot. And it is kind of crazy, looking back at, like, the first game and how they were fighting against the limitations of what they had to, like, communicate shit. Like, to this day, I still think about the animation, quote-unquote, they did to show Phoenix throwing the phone to Edgeworth.
Yeah.
Yeah, how far they came. Oh, he was just fucking chilling?
Chilling in the tomb.
Did we find that stuff there? I forget. Man's voice. Pain. Steps. What? What the fuck?
What in the...
Faceless being?
What the heck? His face. It's just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw?
Are we to understand this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
Did we actually find the wine in the tomb? I don't remember that being noted.
I can't remember. It's been so long, to be honest.
Like, we've got the desk, but it's not something that entered our evidence? Like, I wonder if he was hallucinating. Because, like, it's very specific that he takes a sip right before he walks over to the, tomb, or in front of the sarcophagus, or on the other side of the sarcophagus, looking up at, oh my god. The Holy Mother. And also just doesn't react to the man's voice.
Yeah, interesting.
Like he didn't... Like he wasn't surprised to hear it.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup?
What the fuck? Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. after the shot. That laugh. Who does it belong to, and why are they laughing?
Who knows? Though I suppose it could have been Dirk after he slew my husband.
Aha. But that figure didn't even have a mouth.
And yet it must laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're done here, lawyer.
The most unprecedented vision yet, and she's like, well, I guess that's just incontrovertible proof then, isn't it? Like, ma'am! I know you make the rules around here, but, like, fucking hell. How so?
You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters. And, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less.
I also find it weird. Like, his actions in the tomb don't even make sense to me. Because if what we were positing before about his encounter with Nana in his quarters, did anything, it was make him spooked. Like, he was pale, like, bare minimum, forgetting the knife thing for a second, he was clearly unnerved by something that happened, and ran out. So, the idea that he came in here and, like, started doing this doesn't seem to make sense to me. Also, he happened to back up into the one position that would actually conceal someone who was stabbing him a second time, or otherwise, like, removing the knife or something, which is another thing that could have happened here. Oh, that.
Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Ah, everything just backfired big time. Wow. Ron has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Alright, I think we'll take another break here.
Sure.
Just to break it up a bit. I mean, it certainly threw a spanner in the works. Problem is, I don't really know what to make of it at the moment. I feel like the wine thing is, like, very specific, because it doesn't seem to line up with what we know about what happened. Just in terms of vibes, not evidence-wise. And again, he is a male voice without turning around when he... Well, I guess he did... Did he... What was the whole thing? Did he call Dirk specifically to, like, hand over the, Founder's Orb? Or was he just holding Maya hostage with the goal to get the orb? It just seems strange that he didn't turn around and was focused on the Holy Mother. And then, well, like, obviously there's the elephant in the room of, like, well, what the fuck is up with, the vision? Like, what would cause him to not be able to... Hold on. Does this motherfucker have prosopagnosia? Does he suffer from can't see a face disease? Because, I mean, that would explain this. Holy shit. Yeah, I have a friend that has that. My good friend, oh, fucking, what number did he have again? I'm so stupid. Was that
Juan.
Was that Ace? Yeah.
Number Juan.
Number Juan, yeah. Oh, my good friend Brad Pitt. Oh, right, yes. Sorry, of course. I was thinking of, well, I guess that was a spoiler, but...
It's fine. Knowing that a character has a disease doesn't really inform much. Oh.
Oh, Rain has it? Really? Damn. I didn't know that. Okay, well that would explain it then, and therefore that's not Dirk. I mean, look, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Wait a fucking second. Actually, hold on. Wait. There's another detail to that I just... Oh, no, he does have the diamond on the head.
Yeah.
He does, okay, he does have that as well. Is that in a different...
He's a Vindy boy.
Is that in a different position to anyone else's? No. So it could have been anyone with that. So it had to be either Dirk, Nana, or Garan, even though this particular picture of her doesn't have it. Interesting.
Interesting.
I'm so glad I had that realization just before this break. It's like, why? What else could...
I get to stew on it for 10 whole minutes.
Yep. Why could he possibly not recognize the features of someone's face? And then, like... Oh, man. Those are always fun. Alright, when we come back, we will actually untangle all of this. Oh, there we go. I am back.
I'm back. Hello.
Welcome back.
Ugh.
Also, I jokingly called it disease, but I actually don't know. Prosopagnosia. Disorder. Right. Yeah, I didn't want to jokingly call it something it actually is, or like imply. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's one of those times where I really wish there was like a recording of what was happening in my brain as I was like literally speaking that out loud. Because it's a realization that clicked so fast and my mind just sped forward that I went. But like just the thing of like, can't see faces clearly. Distinctive features. I wonder what these two things might say in relation to one another. Oh, shit. No, that's good. That's good. Now I desperately want to take a look at that recording again and see, like, which features were actually excluded from Dirk's face. Is it... Actually... I'm curious, because, like... And it's probably inconsistent, depending on the person, to be sure. But I wonder how, like, facial scars and, like, piercings and things like that fit into this. I feel like piercings would probably make, would probably be as distinctive as, like, the diamonds, like, the thing, in the position that, like, Bindi's would be. But, like, for example, Dirk has scarring on his face, which I could see someone who otherwise has face blindness that's sticking out. But I guess, first of all, that's not even noted on this note. That isn't noted on the notes, and these are obviously to, you know, be able to make sure he understands who he's looking at. Curious. Anyway, now we actually get to the insight.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. You know what? I'm just gonna... I love having them like add a U to that and pronounce this tomb.
Yep. It's good.
So I'm just gonna say that she picked that up from her mom.
Yep. It fits.
He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon a picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh.
Oh, God. Did Dirk try to warn him? Because So, okay, sorry to interrupt this, but I just thought of a plausible scenario here. So, Dirk has actually already entered the room, and Inga is aware that he's there. That would explain why he doesn't say anything, or doesn't react to the man's voice there. Like, it doesn't explain the laughter, but that may actually explain why he didn't turn around. He already knew Dirk was there. And didn't seem to think that he could do anything. And he admittedly did collapse. But then... how did... I guess someone could have had a copy of his clothes, but, yeah. Oh, you're right at the end. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafer's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, so the first thing that stood out to me is next moment. Like, that's just... In fact, I'm gonna let this whole thing run through again. Sour. It's very important that we know how the wine tastes. So yeah, man's voice, and then that's definitely not the next moment. Like, the significant amount of time before that actually happens.
Yeah.
More footsteps. Then you look up to see Dirk. Yeah, the scar is rendered on his model. Do we see his left hand out of curiosity? Is there a way to back up? I forget.
X is rewind.
Oh, yep, that's the one. Yep. So, yeah, it's not as granular as I would like. Do we actually see his left hand? No, we certainly fucking don't. I don't know whether to pay attention to that detail on his hand. I mean, it certainly vaguely looks like him, but... that's kind of the thing. So, first things first. The next moment. I don't know how... clear I need it. Well, actually, probably right there, right?
Objection!
Okay. Your benevolence, this insight is inconsistent with the vision.
Oh? Please do tell, where exactly did this inconsistency lie, Horhead?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like this.
The defense will only present opinions that won't collapse under pressure.
Guess I better take a closer look at the insights in the vision before I try again. Okay, guess it wasn't that.
Try... Look at the sorry, go to the third statement.
Well, sorry. I'll look through it first. I jumped on the first thing that leaped out to me. I prefer to have a look before getting some advice. Around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Well, he heard a man's voice, actually. Maybe that's what we can point at there. Because that is a good point. Inga is actually not able to... Well, this vision has not presented us enough that information as granularly.
Nice.
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation.
An inconsistency? Where?
Sorry. The way you said that made me think of, like... What's that, boy? Someone fell down the well.
I see. That's my interpretation of that line. Is that at this point she's like genuinely excited to collaborate with lawyers.
No, absolutely, because she understands now that this is actually part of her duty, is to actually talk through all of this. I completely understand that. I know you didn't mean that as a joke. Like, that has genuine meaning behind it. But I just got the vision in my head of, what's that, Hornhead? This evidence is false. Like...
A contradiction down the well?
Minister Ingo is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. Bro! Oh, I kind of hate that it was behind this one. I understand that, like, the way it's constructed, it's kind of hard to say there was too big a gap between these two events. But it feels bad when it's like, I'm proving something else, but it also makes a side point of the thing I couldn't point out was actually also correct, but it didn't make any effort to actually allow me to do that.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes they should put more effort into making, like, more than one option correct.
Yeah. Because, I think Apollo is about to make the exact point I immediately leaped on. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder.
Ah.
That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the Founder's Orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind?
Then whose voice was it?
Especially when he was already stabbed? Good question. It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like... a friend?
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? Do we? It was Apollo's dad.
Oh. Oh, okay. I think I do think I know what they're getting at.
You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. His fucking phone. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this. The words.
Take that!
That's my father's.
I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. I completely forgot the phone was... You know what? You know what's funny too is I remember coming back to this and I was like, oh shit, what's with the knife? That seems inconsistent with what's going on. And in my head I went, oh yeah, there's a phone too, but that doesn't seem important at the moment. This is the real source.
Take that!
A cell phone?
Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on his cell phone.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view of the matter?
I concede the possibility. It seems I must refine my vision.
We've also been dealing with people, at least one person that's had a voice changer too, so... Subordinate's voice.
It appears that the voice belongs to one of my father's subordinates.
Is it possible someone from the Royal Guard did this? Actually, no, that's not his subordinate. No, that makes sense. But, sorry, the thought came back of like, oh yeah, there was a lot of Royal Guard around, and, you know, someone could just pop out during the investigation, that kind of thing. It feels very detached, but at the same time, that might actually work, like, narratively for Garan. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them?
My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Ooh, so there's a timing component to this too. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
You didn't play the animation, Your Benevolence. Oh, thank you. She was attacking. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot about that. It's like, alright, I moved to the end of the statements. You gonna press the A button, or? So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Rafer's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Oh, explosion? You reckon he didn't even fire the gun, maybe? Oh, well, obviously that's where Sour came from. He can taste... Oh, I know. Okay, no, that's a stupid joke. Oh, footsteps, maybe? Because like, at this moment, he's standing with his back to the sarcophagus. So it's possible that someone's not even, like, the footsteps aren't even there as well. Oh, wait. Hold on.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute, I genuinely don't remember that ever appearing in the seance. What the fuck? Huh? Lion... Dog bark? Oh... Wait, whoa, whoa, hold on. The only dog we're aware of is Shadow. But that happened at, like, between 2 and 2:30. Is that enough to say that that wasn't the time this happened? But then, wait. Well, actually, no. We've already got someone who seems to be changing costumes. So, like, is it really that, outlandish that someone could have done the same thing but with Ingas? And obviously, Rafer's a fair distance away, so, similar prosopragnate, like, if someone's face is slightly different, but, like, has got the major features, especially the fucking cigar, like, you mistake them for that. So, we rewind. Excuse me. At around 3 PM. This is not at 3 PM. He is dead before then. And I think we can use the dog's bark.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, maybe I need to make an extra leap. Well, maybe that was a leap too far. Also, just real quick, gonna do that since we're a little low on health now.
Yeah.
Incense. Incense growing. So something's burning right now? Subordinate's voice. More footsteps. Why was there a fucking lion's roar? That doesn't...
Do you think it really was the lion's roar?
I just don't know where that could have come from. That's the thing. Like, it just doesn't register at all. I feel like maybe we've heard that before. Shit, I don't remember. Because I zeroed in on the dog's bark, because that seems to suggest something. But I guess... Actually, hold on. What are all the statements again? Around 3 PM, my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his... Okay. What was the lion's roar? Why am I getting hung up on this?
Do you think it was a lion's roar?
Oh, no, it was probably a fucking, what do you call it? Yeah. This person is not at the palace. Because that was a warbard. Well, maybe...
Interesting.
Objection!
Okay, yeah. I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again.
What do you mean? Again?
Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Rafa, in order to improve, you're gonna have to get okay with losing, okay? It's gonna take some time, but you need to not throw a tantrum every time someone points out something wrong you said. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory.
What do you mean by that?
A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there?
No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Frog mentioned...
We love frogs.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is a pet? I'm so mad that they are bringing the frog up in the courtroom and I could not examine it. That is a crime. This game sucks.
Besides, there aren't any lions in Khura'in. We don't have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid.
Oh, I remember hearing a sound like that. Lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. The jungle. Isn't that the cry of the warbard over in the bazaar? Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me?
Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision.
Yup.
What's this?
Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbard. Okay, I understand now. Yes, because this specifically puts... this puts a more specific timing around that dog bark. Because random dog bark, who cares? But in the court record, we have specifically... that's... Yeah, hold on. I forgot there was examinable text to this. Around 2 PM, Dad slipped out of a bazaar manhole, got yelled at by a dog and a warbard, and then threw a firecracker. So this happened at 2 PM. But you need to establish that the lion's roar is actually a warbard, not just the dog bark, because that doesn't click just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything by itself.
Correct. Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbard. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace.
But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have?
She's right. It is important to know where the call was made from. Oh, is it important? It's very important. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. Oh, yeah, that too. Oh, shit.
But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Alright, I learned this one from Dats. In the middle of court, just throws one down. Tell Rafe the real source of that sound. Will do.
Well, Hornhead, I am waiting.
Thank you for putting that inflection on it.
What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Did we have those things actually, or is it in... It's probably in the description of the alibi. Or Albi's statement. Firecracker. Yeah, we don't literally have those. Unless it wants me to point at fucking Dats, which, I mean... Actually, yeah. Oh, no. I can only point to evidence. I can't point to people.
Take that!
What is that?
It's Albior Guide's statement. In it, he claims that Datsar Rabal... Just seeing those names back to back again, it's like... Alright, we're in the pun universe here. Threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar.
Then...
Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
So when did the gun get shot, then?
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none.
Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can. And it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. Fucking dickhead. That happy-go-lucky Datsarabal. Don't call... I mean, yeah, you could call him that, but... Someone should really put a leash on that guy.
Oh, I shudder to think of how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Hey there, AJ, PW. Y'all can thank me later.
Thank you, Luco.
Yes, thank you, Luco. One of us had to make the joke.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arabal.
Quiet down in the gallery there.
Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so.
Yup. Oh. The source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dats threw. That final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafer's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. So you're gonna let me point to the fact that this wasn't at 3 PM now, right? I think we could we go with the explosion, maybe? Specifically if it says, like... Oh, it didn't refine that specifically. Okay. At 3 PM, my father was waiting in the room to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. True source. I mean, honestly, like, the statements in and of themselves are entirely, like, contradictory. Because if we're talking about...
Yeah, I feel like you should be able to present this on the explosion, because that just contradicts it, right?
Yeah, because that's, like, the key sort of thing. Like, dogs bark, sure, whatever. I zeroed in on Shadow because we knew that that was related to that. But the explosion... Yeah. Since we have now said that the explosion was Dat's firecracker, it should probably be that. So if we do this and then you...
Objection!
Yes. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight.
There is?
You stated that the murder happened at around 3 PM, which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence.
I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 PM?
Take that!
Albie Urguide's statement again?
Yes, because, to summarize what he said, at around 2 PM, Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard.
Around 2 PM?
That means that was before... That means that was actually Shadow grabbed Naina's hat. Also, the circumstances of that have also been really strange. Like, it doesn't really say, like, how that even transpired. Well, we haven't gone over that. Just that Shadow took it. That's right. 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m.
Ah.
Oh, there we go.
Are you suggesting...
I think you know where I'm going with this. That's his laugh, the cry of the warbard, and the bang of the firecracker. I hate that the dog's bark was not one of the things said there. That's so annoying. Because I saw the dog's bark and went, oh, that overturns everything. And then the game was like, no, you have to think of everything else outside of that, not the dog's bark. We're all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albi's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. And that just blows it into... That just blows a gigantic hole in the fact that that is, Dirk.
Dare I ask?
It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb.
But Kunka...
How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken?
Oh. Oh my god!
Ugh.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, that hurts. Oh my god. Oh, my fingers feel funny. Oh shit. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Like, definitely the least, like, gross or impactful, like, bit of, like, damage visited upon a person, but somehow that was the most, like, viscerally, like, unpleasant.
Yeah, I think they have the animation of her writing with them in the law book, specifically to show you, okay, these are, like, pencil acrylics.
Yeah,
These are not
they're
her
fake.
Actual nail.
Yeah, they're absolutely fake. That does not stop that from hurting. Because, like,
Yeah.
you are tearing something from the top of your fucking fingernails. Ugh, oh my god. Ouch. Ugh.
Peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision.
Clearly. No, like, everyone wasn't reacting like, what the hell? Why can't we see Dirk's face? And then the judge just turns around and goes, well, obviously that was still Dirk. It's like... Can I get people to maintain information in their heads for more than a minute? Morphe...
This is very, like, a series of unfortunate events. It's like, well, he's got the one eyebrow and the tattoo, so it must be Count Olaf.
yeah, exactly. Wolfie about to pass out. Yeah, I have a particularly sensitive, like, what is it, like, sympathy pain, especially for something I've felt. Now, I haven't had acrylics on my fingers before. I don't know how that literally feels. However, I have also had some things, unfortunately, shoved up my fingernails. And I can't imagine that's any more pleasant, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, also, sorry, that I probably should have warned before saying that, in case anyone else is kind of sensitive to that too, but... Yeah, that's just the sensation that, like, triggered in my brain when I saw that.
How do you explain that?
I'll explain that by claiming that it wasn't. Just literally like, what? No, not clearly. I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
Ah, you are absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was.
Sorry. Sorry, something I just realized. Does that make it impossible for Inga to actually have benefited from the powers of the Holy Mother? Because they're meant to be like... Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, because, like, you would need to know the face, right?
Yeah, because assuming whatever the Holy Mother would actually give to the person is basically Maya and Rafa's powers, you need to know the name and face. It is literally impossible for Inga to see faces. Like, actually incapable of having that power. And I wonder if that's actually going to come up.
Someone else that power.
Pardon?
Unless he was trying to get someone else that power.
That is true. But then yes, that seems to that would Mina, no, come on. That would suggest that he wasn't actually planning a coup. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the document in his personal safe that said, "I am planning a coup." Wahaha.
Yeah, literally.
What other proof do you want, Morphe?
You know what? You're absolutely right, Mina. We didn't even need to talk about. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, I love it when the police searched Luigi Mangione's bag and found a note that said, "I'm going to kill a healthcare executive."
Yeah, well, we also saw how well that went. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 PM, Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb.
Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes. Can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really?
Well, defense, do you have anything to show to the court?
I certainly do. Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again.
What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in his seance vision?
Take that!
A notepad?
Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faithless nature of the killer. How?
The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notebook full of people's physical characteristics.
Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me.
Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you?
And what's funny is if you go back and play cases he's in, you can see it too.
Yeah, like, I'm wondering now, like, because I feel like he was very flippant with people, how he referred to people. And I initially read that as just, that's him. He's obviously just like, yeah, see, I'm all important. I don't need to remember everyone's names.
Well, yeah, when he said, so who are you again? He's legitimately asking because he doesn't know.
Yeah. That's good.
Sorry, caught me drinking some water.
Yeah, you're all good.
He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband has a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right. I'm always right.
The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. I mean, that has a significantly short list of people. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you're not but to insinuate that I committed this crime.
Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Ron has an alibi, remember? Yeah, it's certainly very convenient that she has a photo of her performing that at 2 p.m. Alright, she was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Naina know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She is our head servant.
So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition, and as the priestess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like...
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. For Rafa saw him at 2:30.
We did completely forget about that. No, we just hadn't gotten to that yet. Does anyone believe that? No, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle.
And everything you've shown up until this point has had absolutely no effect on whether or not this is the case? Forget for a moment that you proved definitively that the timing doesn't make sense. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? I guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong?
You lost a friend.
God. I don't remember the next line. I can't continue that joke. I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. Without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. The oldest trick in the Ace Attorney book. Just dress up as the other guy. Apollo? Did you just... I did. I had a brain blast. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Don't phrase it like that. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30. And I'll tell you how.
I hope you will. Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Minister Inga, her benevolent soul, was in fact someone disguised as him. Someone channeling him. No. Hang on, hold on. Hold on a second.
Spice.
Is that... Oh my god. Sorry, I don't know if this is actually the answer, because the top one is more obvious. Or the top one is more obviously true. In fact, it's kind of an umbrella for someone channeling him. But I'm just imagining, like, you stab that person, then you hide the body, so, like, it's nowhere to be seen. Then you dress up like them, and then you channel them. their spirit enters you and you just look... You look like that person. Like, for all intents and purposes, Inga is now in that person's body, so they would, like, leave, head back to his residence, then come back. Like, they would be acting as if they were themselves. They look exactly like Inga. But then... that means that the body is still in the tomb, and that's still a third person that we haven't accounted for. Not impossible, and it's a pretty horrifying thing, like, yeah, I would, like, oh, like he got back to his room, saw himself in the mirror, and realized what just happened. That would probably make me scream and shriek and then come out of that room pale. But the more obvious one, at least at the time being, is this. Someone disguised as him. Unless we're just gonna get rebutted like, no, I would never mistake my father from, 20 to 30 meters away. Hey, Charles. It was someone disguised as Minister Inga.
But I saw his face. I have no doubt that he was my father.
Ah, shut the fuck up. Oh my god! No! No! What do you mean? How the fuck does... like, it'd have to be Nina, right? But then... oh my god. That, maybe you have that facial recognition disorder too?
That's utter hogwash, Hornhead.
Why don't you prove it then? Would you really still recognize me without these horns? Okay. That would have been an incredible reveal if the reason she was calling people names after their hair was because she couldn't actually tell people's faces apart.
That would be really good.
God.
That look you make when you're trying to dig yourself in a hole with such nonsense. It is forever etched into my brain. I couldn't figure out that imbecilic visage if I wanted to. If you don't believe me, then how about I yank those horns off your head? Then we'll see.
No, thanks. I'm kind of attached to them. Okay, on to the next idea. Oh my god. Shut up. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channeled, you say?
That's right. And there are only two people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence, Queen Garan, and Maya Fey. Oh, I didn't fucking consider that. Maya was there the whole time, and she hasn't been brought into this case other than the fact that she hadn't had a wound on her. We haven't been able to talk to her either since she collapsed afterward. Oh no. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? It's possible that one of them was channeling the Minister.
It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime.
And we saw No, when did we see the Queen? The Queen... We first saw the Queen at 2:30 when she surrounded the tomb. She would have needed to walk in there as... Yeah, someone needed... So, someone channeling Inga would have needed to walk... Well, actually, I don't even think you necessarily need to leave the tomb. But you need to walk into the tomb at 2:30, and you would remain there. And the only person that fits that those requirements is Maya.
Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen?
Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too. Ayuda has to keep up with her schedule too? What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. Is that why the bullet went off? Someone, like, threatened her with a gun to do the thing and then shot something to, like, show they were serious? Remind me, did we establish... No, it's like it's a gun, it's Moriarty's gun. I assume it has to shoot all four at the same time. Or it would shoot multiple bullets. I don't remember if we established that it fired and we needed... There must be 3 or 4 bullets to find. Did we ever establish anything like that?
I think the chambers were empty, so we fired 4 times, but only 1 bullet was found.
Okay. Right. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her.
That cannot be.
So then, Inga's scream. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. What? After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up from him after he died. Oh. Okay, wait. So the killer takes Maya from the tomb into the residence, forces her to do the channeling, and that's when Inga screams from inside his residence. Okay. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet thinking he'd just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead.
But evidence really did see a dead man running.
Yep. And it would have had to have been someone who matched his hair color, otherwise she would have noticed. But there is, like, the hair color spray there too, so I'm like, is it possible that it wasn't Maya and it was someone else and someone either did their hair like his so it'd be identical. I guess that... I don't know how to take seriously that hairspray, but it is so prominent that, like... I don't know, that could be a thing. I think, if I remember correctly, too, it matched Inga's hair color, because it was, like, getting rid of his grays or something. I don't know if we made that joke or the game actually said that, though.
Yeah, I can't remember, to be honest.
Did you do this line and I just forgot?
Oh, no, I don't think I did, sorry.
No,
Sometimes I forget when we chat over line for a while.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah, same.
Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be?
The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Apollo.
Well, Your Eminence? Will you allow a new witness?
It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready.
Perfect timing. Oh my god, this case is getting really fucking complicated. Oh, jeez, that took a while. I got a little worried there, I'm not gonna lie. Celeste saying divination sounds. Yeah, I think we'll set it down there for now. That has been 4 hours.
Yeah, that totally works.
Man. Like, assuming Nena is still Amara, that definitely makes her capable of doing this. But it at the moment, it's, it makes more sense that it's Maya. Well, I don't even know if that's true, though. Because if it's Maya, there's less of the locked... Like, more of the locked room actually doesn't matter. Because the person that was Inga walking into the tomb, is accounted for, right? And therefore there was a third person in there. That kind of all makes sense. So the only thing that matters then in terms of the killer's specific motions is getting into the tomb initially at 2 PM, and then also somehow getting Maya into Inga's residence, right? From there they can step away from the scene and they won't be really questioned or anything like that. Or at least, yeah, they're not in the locked room after that point. But the problem is that I don't see it. I see part of this is actually makes more sense if it's someone who's not Maya. Because how do you get Maya into Inga's residence and threaten her? Like, it's not out of the question, but it's actually a lot simpler if someone just capable of channeling that already knows that Inga is dead is just in his residence, dresses up like him, does that, and then has him just act. Then you don't need to bring a second person out to Inga's residence to actually make that work.
Third best thing.
Yeah, and then there's the alibi photo too, that I'm just like... That's such a solid... I feel like there's going to be a catch to it. But just looking at that and looking at everything else that's happening in this case so far, I can't narrow down how we could actually break that alibi. Because if she was channeling someone and left, you know, went and well, no. Inga was channeled at 2:30 when Nayuta claims that she was still in the palace, lots of people around. And it's obviously constructed that way. But then how would we establish her involvement? Did something happen even earlier than that she would have had to take part in? But we hear that shit at 2 PM. Oh, I guess it could be the knife stuck in the back and then, like, I don't know, either the painkillers wear off or someone actually pulls it out. That's a bit we haven't really clarified either, I think, is the, why the pain was introduced. Like, what? Because I don't know if we discard that whole thing about, like, the painkillers and that, now that we've established that what's happening at the moment is, completely detached from our initial assumptions. Like, I guess it could still apply. But the whole reason we thought, the whole reason we thought that is because of the scream. Like, he had been stabbed in that. But now now our thought is that that was actually him being channeled. And, like, you know, time flowing from the moment he died, and which means that that whole premise still could, well, that whole premise does not apply to that literal moment anymore, but it could still be true. The painkillers may, in fact, explain part of that, or explain something. This is an incredible case, I gotta say. Fucking throwing prosopagnosia in there as well is, definitely, like...
That one definitely feels like a little Easter egg shout out to the game that brought that disorder into public consciousness, I feel.
For sure, yeah. But it is also, it's not just thrown in there haphazardly. Like, faces are actually a really, really big part of, how spirit channeling and all that works.
Yeah.
So it's not just a wink and a nod, wink and a nudge. It's also, like, pretty deeply tied into the mechanics and motivations in the game. God. I don't know if there's much else to say, like... We still don't know what the fuck happened to Nena. We still haven't had any reason to, like, get someone to just open the sarcophagus and see if someone is in there. And now we're bringing Maya into this a lot earlier than I thought we were going to. Like, I thought we would have been doing this other thing before then, but... Maya's version of events may actually, like, give us a bit more reason to actually look in there. Was Maya actually restrained when we initially went into the tomb?
Yeah, she was tied to a chair.
She was tied to... Okay, yep.
Yeah, and she was in really bad shape, super dehydrated and, like, exhausted.
Yeah. I forget which, if any, of those would apply to an indicator as to her channeling recently, but... But yeah, I guess that also, like, might shake a little bit of the presumption that this was Maya, though. Because if she was in fact that dehydrated because she was, like, kept in there, it makes less sense that, like, Inga would be Like, I would imagine that Rafa would have brought up that, like, oh, you know, he wasn't just looking pale, he was looking pretty haggard and exhausted. So it might not be Maya, which, again, I already talked about, like, how that complicates things, because on one hand, it makes it a bit easier to pull off the Inga coming out of his residence, but then, once again, we come back to the locked room problem. Someone walks in as Inga and can't just leave arbitrarily. Well, we will have to leave that for, hopefully next weekend. Is your weekend looking good, Mina?
It should, yeah. I'm trying to rack my brain right now. I can't think of anything I have on next Saturday evening.
Okie dokie.
I know, on the 14th, I will be away out of town that weekend, so we'll have to wrap up the game before then. Or wrap up this case, at least, because there's still one more case left.
Yeah. So yeah, we got next weekend. I think the weekend after that is Path of Exile, but it's Path of Exile 1, so that should only be one day, so I should still be there for that. So yeah, we got 2 more streams to work with before that point. I don't know. The way we've been going, I feel like there's probably 2 streams worth left. We'll see. But yeah, cool. Obviously, we'll check into things, or, oh, excuse me, schedule will be made later in the week. But yeah, hopefully we got more of this. So, new week incoming. Gonna be continuing Patrick's Parabox during the week. I think we should wrap that up this week. I don't know if there's 1 or 2 streams left in that, though. But I also shouldn't probably, you know, bet on myself blasting through the rest of the puzzles the way I have been, because I've been doing pretty good, and I don't want to jinx it, but, like, I feel like at some point the game is going to have to throw a haymaker at me to really, stump me. Then, Saturday, don't know. Because of the whole thing with Unbeatable, I'm really unsure if I want to continue the game as is, but it's also not clear if, like, there's ever going to be an update that includes the, ability to retry things you fail. I'm honestly, it would unfortunately ruin my experience a little bit, but I am genuinely curious as to what you are going to fail some of these rhythm sections looks like, especially with the major plot beats. Because at some point, I feel like either the game has to go, no, you have to do this right, or the game actually, like, has to, like, writing-wise, bend its way back to actually you kind of succeeded, or the success didn't actually matter. And, like, I want to give the game, like, the best I can in terms of an opportunity, and I feel like I would enjoy it more if I had the ability to retry. But this is also a pretty unique circumstance, and I'm, again, morbid curiosity, so it's up in the air at this point. I do have a couple of ideas for other things I want to play in that time slot, but we'll see how that goes. So yeah, Saturday, we'll see. And then Sunday, more Ace Attorney. Yeah, I think I've gotten into the rhythm a little bit now. Should play hit visual novel Silver Case. I have been told I should play those games. I have been told. I can't remember. Actually, Luca, can you tell me which one I should start with? Because I feel like there was a series of games there, and I probably would want to play them in order.
There's just 2 basically. They're all part of, like, the Kill the Past chronology.
Right.
But the Silver Case is the first game you should play. And then once you've cleared that, there was a sequel called the 25th Ward, which was released, like, God, I want to say like 6 years later or something. In Japanese, obviously. We didn't get either of them until very recently. Officially.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Flower Summon Sun and Rain is like... It's
it is important for the lore, but narratively, it's more of a spiritual sequel than a direct sequel. There's like
Two
different versions of Flower, Sun, and Rain as well.
Did it come out in between those two?
Yes.
Okay. Might as well play it in release order, even if it's like tangentially related.
Yeah, it originally came out. So the Silver Case came out in '99 in Japan. Flower, Sun, and Rain came out in 2001, 2002, I think, on PS2, and then it got an updated DS remake in 2008. And then Silver Case started coming out in Japan as an episodic mobile game in 2007, and it finished in 2009.
Oh god. Yeah, I remember you talk. I remember. I think I jumped into a stream at one point of you playing Flower, Sun, and Rain, Luca, and went, "Oh, yeah, those are my kind of puzzles. Fuck yeah!" And then I learned there was homework to do before that one. So, but yeah, like I got a couple of ideas. I can fill the Saturday gap pretty easily. But yeah, we'll see how I feel. Also, that might require a bit more setup than I'm comfortable doing within a week, and I need to. I have to do this thing now where I need to plan for the game I'm going to play after the one I'm currently playing, and like kind of keep one game ahead in terms of setup, because I've realized that like I don't like doing a lot of setup during the week specifically within a deadline within the week. So yeah, I'll find something. Don't worry. But yeah, that'll be on the radar at some point. We'll just figure out when. But yeah, yapped enough. We should check if people are around. Stop that. Oh, I forgot to record this freaking VOD. Shit. Oh well, hopefully Twitch doesn't burn another VOD. Oh yeah, did I tell you what happened to my In Stars in Time finale VOD?
No, what happened?
So there's apparently a bug with Twitch where there's a chance that your VOD will only contain like the last 10 seconds repeated over and over and over and over. So it's just it's unwatchable. Like it's nothing.
That's so unfortunate. Oh my god.
Yeah, and again, it is very funny considering the theme of In Stars in Time that I keep losing VODs that I can never get back and just have to rely on my memory. But that is incredibly frustrating because that is probably one of my favorite games I've played in, like... a fair while. Please play In Stars in Time, it's really good. Everyone in the Discord would have seen that already because some characters from that have infected my OC inspiration, which is, you know, the Wolfie Seal quality at this point. Yeah, I think that's, I just... touch wood, fingers crossed, toes crossed, all that stuff. Yeah, so, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.
Thanks, everyone.